Excellent, thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Clearwater County's regular council meeting dated March the 12th. Reeve Swanson sends her regrets. She is away representing us wonderfully at the ASHA conference for resolutions today in Calgary, I believe. Just a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIA 40-1. I would like to call the meeting to order today at 9 o'clock, and we have an agenda before us, and I will be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Any questions, comments, concerns on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. There was minutes that were circulated prior to today's meeting. Did anybody see any errors or omissions within those minutes? Then I'll be looking for a motion to adopt minutes as presented. Councillor Radcliffe, thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns on that motion? Seeing none, I will call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. This morning we have a delegation before us, the Rocky Mountain House and District Minor Football Association. And I will do a quick round of introductions. I'll start on my right with Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
I think you're next.
Yep, your light's on.
Ray Langebury, I'm working with Doug and the football club.
Doug Laut, Rocky Mountain Football. I am the president of the association.
Brad Turner, I'm the guy who designed the lighting.
Excellent, thank you and welcome. Normally I would be passing the floor off to a director for a presentation, but perhaps I will just pass it off to the president of the Football Association.
Fair enough. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Councillors, we appreciate your time this morning. I know our stuff was circulated in your package. We, again, appreciate your time this morning. And the Rocky Minor Football Association does really, it is Rocky Mountain House and District, so we do have probably more athletes actually involved in our program from the county than we do actually from in the confines of town itself. Our boundaries sort of reach as far north as the Alder Flatsy area, as far south as into Caroline, as far east as to Eckville, and then all the way out to Nordegg and that area there. So we really are from within the district. I'll maybe get Brad Turner. I'm sure most of you guys are aware of the lighting project at the football field and stuff. Some of you may not realize some of the history or have been around for it, so I'll maybe let Brad just kind of speak to some of the history and the origins of this project.
I use the arrows to move it. It started about 6 years ago. Roger Smolnicki contacted me from the town of Rocky Mountain House to look at putting together some lighting and planning and stuff like this. I have an electrical company in town, and we started looking at it. It's been a long process, and I would say COVID kind of kicked in a bit there as well, but it's taken a long time to get it all done. The costs have increased quite a bit from when we put the first proposal together. So Roger and I worked on it. He retired, obviously, and been working through it and redoing some engineering and stuff like this in the footings lately. So it's now we're here looking to kind of show you what's going on. I think that the part of the, I'll click to the next one. This is what the layout will look like. It's on when you build a system for the junior football, you have to have 30-foot candles on the ground. So we had it designed by ICO Canada. I distribute their lighting. They designed it out of Ontario. And the system is designed by a professional company and laid out. But one of what we'd seen, the town had not seen the layout of it, and I don't think the county had seen the layout of what they want to put their money towards. So we decided to, Doug and I and Ray, we've been working on this for, 6 years for myself, for a long time, and a lot of donated time. So we just wanted to make sure everyone understood what we're looking at. And I'm gonna click, there we go. I'm actually gonna jump over this guy. So this is what it actually will look like at the football. It's not only gonna be just for football, we're gonna have a 100-amp three-phase service there. So we'll be able to have Indigenous games, we're gonna have 30-amp plugs on every light standard as well. So it's not just gonna be, you can have your soccer under the lights, so on and so forth there as well. We're planning it so it's gonna be used for multi-purposes as well. I was part of the Masters games year and a half with Roger, again, doing all that for the town and county, I guess. So this is actually, we'd have enough power if we wanted to have something on that field down the road with a band or something, there'd be enough power there so that the community could have that as well. And after seeing with Masters games, and Doug and Ray was involved as well, and there was a lot to make it happen for the power side, so we've kind of took that into consideration as well with it, so it's gonna be a multi-purpose, designed for the kids, grant for the kids, but there's a lot of other alternatives we can use with it. Let Doug talk on that.
Yeah, and it really is, Rocky Mountain Football's involvement with this, we were again approached by Roger and the town at that same time, because to get a CFIP grant, CFIP won't give a grant to a school division, a county, a town, right? There has to be some sort of community group or nonprofit involved. They don't just buy infrastructure, right? That's what tax dollars are for. And I guess this is tax dollars in another way, but that's how we were brought into it. I want to be clear, we got the grant based on it being a community enhancement program. So Rocky Mountain Football is the nonprofit that's involved to be able to secure the CFIP grant, but really it benefits obviously our program, which involves 4 different football teams, you know, starting with kids at 5 years old right up to Bantam. The high school team, it definitely benefits them. Soccer, rugby, like Ray had mentioned, some of the Indigenous games and activities that happen down there. The skating oval, we've designed it so that skating oval can be much better lit, and I think get better utilization from the, you know, from the public, and it'll be a little safer down there, I guess. You know, the better the lighting, the safer something is. Assuming Mother Nature doesn't do like this year and give us about a 2-week skating window to skate in. So it is really for the benefit of the community. Minor Football is just the nonprofit that agreed to work with the town to secure the grant funding there. So it really is more than, it's not just football coming to benefit football itself, right? It is a community enhancement. So we went ahead, we got the project. We had to apply 3 times to CFIP to actually get the grant secured. On the 3rd time, we did get the grant. At that point, you know, we got in touch again with, you know, the town, the county, the school division, that kind of stuff to get the funds secured from the other side, because obviously it was a matching grant. And basically we've run over budget, ultimately is why we're here, right? So we're here hat in hand. We need a bit more money to get this thing finished. And
Can I interrupt? It's not that we've run over budget, it's just from when the original project was the concept, everything's gotten way more expensive.
Yeah.
It's not that we've gone over
budget. And we did run into a couple of unforeseen costs that we didn't really have any way to see, I guess, when we were putting this thing together, when Brad was working on it with Roger back in 2018. The biggest of those being the footings for these things. When we designed it, we were looking at screw piles to put these things in, which are very common in oil patch and construction. However, we sort of got caught in a catch-22 because we couldn't get the footing design until we had the actual engineered drawings from the lighting company. The lighting company wouldn't give us the engineered drawings.
Pole company.
Or the pole company wouldn't give us the engineered drawings for the poles until we paid for them. So we bought the poles, and then we got the engineered drawing for them, and then the school division, Wildrose looked at them and said, oh wow, those are substantial. And they are, they're 80-foot towers with 15 lights per pole. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
So I mean, they definitely, you know, you don't want them tipping over on the middle of a football game or on the middle of a soccer game or something, right? So the pole or the foundations came in at you know, costs have been close to, well, estimates we've had on it are ranging anywhere between about $80,000 and $100,000 on those. The price of the steel for the actual poles themselves rose.
Double.
Yeah, just about double. Went from 80 grand, I think was what we were initially budgeted for them. Yeah, 74 grand, and they came in at 121 grand for it. So like I say, it was really the cost and the raise in cost in materials and stuff like that over the span of that period. and then the unknown of what we had to spend on the footings for these things to meet the school division's requirements, because they are on school property. The Football Association does have to own these things for the first 5 years, and then we can gift them to the school division, and then the town takes over. Actually, the town will look after maintenance and running them through the whole, once they're in and installed, but minor football has to own them and insure them for the first 5 years, so. I don't know, am I missing anything on this?
Nope.
I think some of the things we do definitely wanna put out to you guys, minor football does have an investment of $25,000 in hard cash that was, gifted to us from the Masters Games people, which was one of the things that held us up on the initial application to CFIP. The initial application to CFIP had said, you know, we would have got it if you guys had actually had the 25 grand in hand. Roger was trying to work with us and do some creative accounting, I guess, as far as, you know, the football team actually having the 25 grand in hand. He was, you know, we were just gonna play with some budget numbers, but CFIP didn't like that we didn't have the money in hand, so Masters Games generously donated that to us. However, if you look at the bottom of the sheet that Alana had passed around, the football team in donated time and services have put together a contribution basically equaling, you know, about $57,000 worth of stuff. We have seen some great support from the community, and we're not coming here, you know, without having some skin in the game on our own, right? And I think it's probably donations and stuff that were this a town or a county project might not have happened, because people are a lot more apt to give to minor football, I think, than they are to maybe government bodies, right? So, you know, with, you know, Downton's giving us a deal on the cranes to erect the light standards. Tomco is coming in and gonna do the bolt up and squaring and torquing of the poles to the base foundation. Those things have to be done properly. All Choice Rentals has been very generous in giving us a machine and arranging for an operator for us. TNT Hydrovac's gonna come in and actually do the digging. We got Shane Myers donating the gravel that we need for the gravel and delivery of the footings that the bases are gonna go on. Paderni's is giving us 50% off on the concrete. Global Railmax has done a ton of surveying for us at no cost. They've donated that to us as well. And Alberta Directional Boring basically gave us about 50% off on the boring costs as well, because instead of trenching and going around the outside of the track, we're gonna directional underneath, and it makes sense to do that. Just the savings alone in the cost of wiring, you know, instead of trenching all the way around the outside of the track, being able to bore through it, the savings is exponential there as well. Brad
And less mess.
Yeah, and much less mess, yeah, exactly, so. And then there's still some electrical engineering that is gonna be donated as well, but we don't actually have a hard cost on that, so. We have been to the town has agreed, because basically what we're after is, where's my line item here?
We're looking for 57.
Yeah, it's basically 57,000, it's 100 and.
We're shortfall is, so we're 110. That's what our shortfall is. So that's
Shortfall's 110, so split in half between the town and you guys, it's about, yeah, just over $50,000. We're looking for, the town has, we've been there and done that, you know, here with them already. They're in on it, assuming you guys are in, they've already made their resolution to finish the project and see it finished, so. And we have, you know, we have bought materials, we had to pay for the poles, the lights have been paid for on the ground because we felt it prudent to get that stuff paid for before the cost of the poles went up another $20,000 because of a shortage of steel or something like that, right? So, and we have realized some improvements there as well. Let me let Brad speak to that, the lighting that we got increased.
Oh, yes.
We're getting better lighting for less money, essentially.
Yeah, it's more, since we first put the quote together 6 years ago, the lighting has changed a bit, and now it's more efficient and it's more lumens. So you're getting more light in the ground actually compared to what we originally quoted. And since it was going to Doug, I do control that price of it, so I gave Doug a good deal on the lights because it's going to junior football. We don't have to go through any towns or counties, and so it's easier to control pricing. And we've all donated. I'm into about 180 hours into donating it right now to get this put together. Ray's probably into 50 hours and Doug's probably into 100 hours of time. And so we're all trying to do this, and it's all been local contractors. We use Quantico to do the engineering on my name probably does some work for the county, to do with the structure of the poles for the bases. So it's all been local people. Every dollar stayed in the county and community, which has been great. And we've tried to get some other contractors. Bernice, we talked to them about doing a little bit more with some of the backhoe work. It's a bit too small a project for their civil sites. They're not interested. But we're using everyone else. Even I think you've talked about Moberg doing the concrete.
Well, actually, the K-Wright Construction has done a lot of the work at the pool and is working at the spray park, doing the spray park for the town. So K-Wright is very familiar with the town and operations, and Wes it would be nice, like K-Wright, even though they're from Edmonton, but they can offer us basically like project management, and they can, because I don't know anything about watching anybody install concrete or do concrete. That's not my, I know nothing about it. So if we can have those guys that are actually in tune with erecting that kind of a life standard, because we don't have, granted, we can have the bolt up, we can have the services available to them, but we actually need somebody.
We're not project managers.
Yeah.
We're tradesmen and a safety guy and a football coach, so bringing somebody in that can do the project management and not have all the services in a blender, and having guys, like, people are donating their time and their money and their services and stuff. We wanna make sure we make efficient use of it, and we don't have the concrete guys standing there waiting while the gravel guys are still dumping gravel on the ground and the concrete guys haven't done their stuff, right? So we just wanna make sure things are done as efficiently as possible.
So we can, I've been involved with doing some of the budgeting and kind of digging, finding some of the services. But I can make the phone call, okay, 2 days we're gonna need them, but you need somebody there that can actually monitor the project,
Well, and explain what Alberta Boring said to you.
Well, and the guy from the Alberta Boring Company, they're from Red Deer, but when I talked to him, initially when I talked to him, he was pretty blunt to me, and he said, are you looking for a freebie? And I was like, well, no, we're not. Just looking for something that's economically responsible for the project we're doing. And then he explained to me that he did the exact same thing for the city of Red Deer, where they did a bunch of lighting upgrade at their ball diamonds. And he did the boring, and that's what he said. He would rather see kids doing that than doing
All the other
graffiti
things
and
they could be
smoking dope
doing.
and doing pissing around at the skate parks and all that stuff. So like he said, he has no problem with giving us a good deal, because he said it's a worthwhile cause, like having that kind of a service team for the town, even though they're not local, but it's still, which is a great thing. And like he said, he gives basically 50% on because we've supplied to them there's ground soil data, there's everything. So we know that they're not going to be running into big rocks or anything, and we're only going to be boring about a meter deep, 1.5 meters at the most. So it's not a very deep bore. So it might be a couple days of boring or whatever, but it's still, like I said, with the boring, all we're going to have is little bell holes at each end, way less mess than trying to. We don't want to ditch across the football field anyway. That would have to be bored, but for the rest of it, if we have the machinery sitting there, we might as well bore it. It's less mess. It just makes it for easier cleanup, easier reclamation, all that stuff. So, safer.
Yeah, you're not putting trenches in where you're gonna have families and people running around in the trenches slough in, so.
And ultimately, this project, if we can get it going, will probably be
July's when we're looking. The school division would like us to wait until they're done using the fields, in middle of June, that kind of deal. So we'd be looking to get this thing kicked off end of June, start of July, and hopefully be done by end of July, middle, third week of July in there somewhere. We only figure it's probably gonna be a couple weeks, and we'll have everything up and.
Well, the concrete alone is 10 days to cure before we can stand them. So there's a 10 to 12 day cure period for the concrete. Excuse me. But other than that, we're looking, probably a 3-week window ultimately, as long as weather cooperates, everything.
We wanna get this thing put to bed and done, and the community enhancement up and working for for it. This season is my last season I'm coaching football. I would really like to coach one last game under the lights that we've been involved with since 2018. So I keep telling them every year, there's lights coming on us. Like it's happening. So we're to the point where we want to get this thing put to bed before costs just keep increasing again and again. And pretty soon we've created an albatross we can't fund. So
Yeah.
Yeah, because nothing is getting cheaper.
No, you guys have done a lot of work on this project. So, and thank you for all of the effort that your team has put in.
you betcha. I guess we can open the floor if you guys have
Absolutely.
any questions or anything you want to ask of us.
Does council have questions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I think the STAR's approach to the hospital is from the east or northeast. Have those 80-foot structures been cleared by NAV Canada?
Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, NavCan, we've got all the approvals from NavCan and stuff like that, that we're not in the flight path for Stars Landing, on the new base
Is an
there at all.
alternate, the field is an alternate landing
Yeah.
area,
Yeah.
but they will be illuminated, sorry for, if
Yeah,
somebody
no, go
knows.
ahead.
There will be,
Aviation lights on
blinky lights on them, and
Yeah.
so they'll be identified.
We brought John Lightus into it as well.
Okay.
Because we wanted to make sure that I know John, to make sure we were correct on everything. Because I questioned this from day one, Neil, I truly have, because I think they should be colored as well. They're not, they're galvanized. So we didn't get them, they're red and white, like you go to the Rimby Hospital, you see how the power poles are done right there. They are 76 on the one side.
67 and 73.
Okay, yeah, so they're a tall structure, but we will have aviation lights on them.
Okay.
Well, ultimately, all four will be 73 feet tall.
And we have documentation from NavCan saying that they approve of the project and there's no conflict or anything, so.
Perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
I was concerned there might be another surprise waiting for you. I'm glad you've got that covered.
Excellent, thank you. Any other questions from the team? You have, Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have another question. If this is taking three-phase power, I'm wondering where the operating costs, how those are being covered.
Operating costs, we're basically, the power's getting split off of the spray park. And actually Brad and his team, when they went over there and looked at it, did actually find a couple of deficiencies, I guess, in the spray park power, some upgrades that needed to happen, so there's been a benefit there already to this project coming in. The power's coming from there. Ultimately, the cost of the power to run the lights, will go to the town. The town pays for the lights around the street lights, around the field already that they, illuminate for the skating oval. And that'll get put back to user fees. Like as Rocky Mountain football, we pay to use the football fields every night, so I can't speak for the town, but I would assume, there's a price for the field with the lights, there's a price for the field without the lights, right? If you're having a night event or you need them lit or something like
Well,
that.
there was a question about having it separately metered too, wasn't
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we'll do that.
Yeah,
They can,
but-
town can do that if they want to, I guess. It's up to them.
Yeah.
Town's looking after maintenance and upkeep and all that kind of stuff, so they'll be the ones, they take the booking fees and stuff like
And
that, so they'll figure something out.
The Fortis lights will be removed from the field. All the wood power poles are all gonna be removed. Because they will interfere with what we're doing.
We
And,
need the cables removed anyways, because the cables run away for using the crane to stand
Yeah. For
poles, so.
Well, and there's no point having two different sets of light there. The lighting we're putting in, they'll probably be able to run it, for half the cost of what they're paying for those older
Yeah,
lights that
there'll be
are
a-
on the.
There'll be a
the
winter
power
mode for
poles.
the skating, and then there'll be the playing mode for Doug's football.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions from the team for the delegation? I have one myself. When you apply for a CFIP grant, and oftentimes can take significant period of time, some grants give you the ability to go back and request things like inflationary increases or on things that you didn't expect. Does CFIP not allow for that?
We were right on the top end of the small stream grant. So we initially applied for the full $125,000 and for some reason, and I never did get an answer. The CFIP only funded, I believe it was 113. For some reason, they felt there was $9,000 we didn't need in there somehow, but when the check came, I wasn't gonna quibble too much either, right? So, we haven't gone back we have gotten extension from them because the project wasn't completed within the time frame, and so we've got the extension from them, but there was nowhere in the extension that allowed us to apply for more funds, and we were right at the top of the small stream grant anyways. If we'd have gone large stream, there might have been some room in there, but I think because we were at the high end of the small stream grant, there wasn't the ability to do that.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And people are going for their, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I see in our information we got, you're looking for 62,500. You just had said that it's down to just over 50 now.
Well,
That was the request from before, so the town and the county have already contributed, 52,500 each to the project.
Well, we've already
This is
committed that.
yes, this is an additional request.
So at the bottom of the column that says current 2024, the last item there, funding minus funding, then it's in red minus budget. Basically, we're looking for you guys to contribute half of the 110,881.25. So,
Okay, so it's the 50,
yeah,
55,000 plus
yeah, it's 50,
62,000.
yeah, 55 and change basically is.
West,
Yep.
it put in the proposal, what, for 50, I think to the town for 58 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just to round it up to 58,000, I think is what the proposal went into for the
Into
town.
the town,
From West.
which they have approved contingent on you guys approving your, the other half, so. No pressure.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. You kind of answered my question because I was going to ask questions around the contingency. Quite often, the town does look to the county for leadership as well, so it's nice to see they're consistent anyway. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions prior? Councillor Radcliffe.
I wonder if you ever did approach the AGLC about a second grant to, help match the additional expense.
We didn't put in an application for a second grant or contingency on it. I didn't think we had, when we applied for the extension, didn't seem to be anywhere to do that. And like I said, we were at the top of the small stream anyway, so I didn't think we qualified. We haven't explored that option, no.
And ultimately, in the last year is when everything is, in the last year is ultimately where everything, the ball has really been rolling. The poles have been purchased, and then once, like Doug said, once the poles are purchased, then we got the engineering. We realized we had to spend, there was gonna be a whole lot more money on the concrete for the footings. So in the last year, and I don't know what the timing is for some of those grants to apply, but I don't know that we would have had time to do it ultimately,
Okay,
Fair enough.
so.
Thank you.
All right.
Supplementary?
yes. I'm involved with the Fair Hall, and we did get a second grant from that same stream
Oh,
for the project. Also, I'm really impressed with the dedication and the amount of work that you have put into to increase the amenities that we have here in our community. So thank you for all that effort, and I hope you feel it was worth it.
When we have kickoff on that first night game, it'll be all worth it. So.
Yes.
Absolutely, and we do plan on having, some sort of commissioning ceremony and having all of the stakeholders, involved and out for that, so, and we hope that happens,
and recognized.
yeah, and we hope that happens this September, so.
Councillor Northcott?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's amazing how much lights cost for this, but it's very evident that you guys have put in a lot of work and, the long-term benefits to the community and to support youth and stuff like that. There's already significant investment already, but just thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Seeing no more lights, I'm not sure that you're aware, but as our meeting procedures bylaw states, if the public is presenting to council a funding request, this will go back to our administration to provide a background, because we need to know all of the administrative background that goes with this, and it'll be brought back to a later agenda item for us. That said, I'll be looking for a motion. Councillor Graham.
Make a motion, we accept for information.
Excellent, thank you. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you so much for coming in. Absolutely. Absolutely, thank you. Looks like we will be seeing planning. Yeah, thank you for coming. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. We'll do a quick round of introductions. I'll start with my right.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Mike. Daryl Wahid, Councillor for Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Morning, Mike. Rick Emman, CAO.
And I'm Holly Bealey, the Senior Development Officer.
My name is Mike Marston. I'm the applicant for a subdivision today.
Excellent, thank you. I will pass the floor off to Ms. Bealey.
Perfect, thank you. So we are here today for first reading of Bylaw 1188/24 for a land use amendment application 0624 to amend the land use bylaw. Michael Marsden currently holds title to the northwest of 7, 39 of 4, containing 151.43 acres. The land is located northwest of the hamlet of Condor, approximately 1 mile east of secondary highway 761 and 1.5 miles north of highway 11. The application before you today is to redesignate 6 acres from the agricultural district to the CRA district. The proposed 6-acre CRA parcel is fairly flat land that begins to slope to the southeast on the eastern side of the proposal. The parcel is undeveloped and is accessed by a 1-acre panhandle driveway. There is seasonal drainage along the southwest property boundary and a cluster of trees within the proposal. Township Road 39-2 lies adjacent to the north property boundary of the quarter section and will provide access to the proposal. On page 11 of your package is a contour map, and it might help you just to follow along as I describe the balance of the land. So the balance of the quarter section is a mix of natural features and ranges in topography. The northwest portion is fairly flat pasture land with a residential parcel located in the west central portion. Last Hill Creek severs the land in two, running northeast to southwest through the quarter section. The west side of the creek has a significant drop in elevation down to the creek with 2 small pockets of flat land in the northeast and west central area abutting the creek. The land on the east side of the creek is fairly flat with an elevation rise in the southeast portion of the quarter section. This flat area, so east of the creek, is complete with the applicant's yard site, some oil and gas lease sites, and various tributaries running down the slopes in the southeast portion of the quarter section. There is some tree coverage within the flat area of the existing yard site and some heavily treed area or heavily tree coverage running down the slopes. Access to the land east of the creek, the applicant utilizes an unmaintained lease road that is within the municipal road allowance, and that's Range Road 5-0, which dead ends at the southeast corner of the quarter section. The most southeast portion of the quarter section at the top of the slope has 2 pockets of flat land not accessible by the balance of the quarter section. Township Road 39-2 provides access to the northeast portion of the quarter section, so west of the creek. The land east of the creek does not have legal access, only physical. Undeveloped Range Road 5-0 lies adjacent to the west boundary of the quarter section. I know you can ask me any questions. It's a lot going on that quarter section. In February of 2023, the applicant received subdivision approval for a fragmented parcel severed by the creek. A condition of the approval was to develop legal access to the southeast portion of the quarter section. Due to the costs associated with road development, the applicant has decided to withdraw this application and apply for a smaller residential parcel that would comply with policy and have access that is achievable. Surrounding land uses are agricultural and residential, and pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant would like to proceed with the subdivision application to create separate title to the proposed 6 acres. So has council had an opportunity to read through some of the policy? Okay, so I'll just give you a quick recap. Policy 5 talks about the subdivision development of the agricultural land and the agricultural operations. Policy 6 outlines the general residential development considerations. 10 talks about the number of permitted parcels within a quarter section that are designated agricultural and provisions to allow for that additional parcel. It looks at legal and physical access and the panhandle shape for a residential parcel. It also, policy 10 looks at the locations of the parcels. 11 addresses the water and sewer that would be require code or to meet code within the proposal. I've included provisions for municipal and environmental reserve, as well as the land use bylaw that outlines the CRA district. So for policy considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the 6-acre residential parcel as the second title or the second parcel or the third title from the quarter section. The size proposed complies with the CRA district requirements, creating an undeveloped 5-acre parcel with a 1-acre panhandle driveway, permitted under policy 1026. Legal and physical access can be achieved off the Township Road 39-2 for both the proposal and the balance of the quarter section. The applicant has been working with administration to create a parcel that meets policy and his needs. The land east of the creek does have developable land that is of lower quality farmland assessment ratings. However, this land does not have county maintained access. There's also lower quality agricultural land on the west side of the creek. However, is too low of land for residential development or is affected by the proposed road alignments to occur along Township 39-2. Administration recognizes the desired location is of higher quality agricultural land and have worked with the applicant to situate the proposal in the vicinity and partially abutting the existing residential parcel taken out of the quarter section as per policy 10.2.10. Administration would suggest increasing the size of the proposal by 1.5 acres to include the lower lying land between the existing residential parcel and the proposal. So it would be an overall size of 7.5 acres, where 6.5 acres would be the developed site and 1 acre would be the panhandle parcel. And the reason for this is it's more conducive to go with the proposal than it would be to stay with the balance of the quarter section and have that little pocket. And it's also opportunity to kind of square it off. So we are asking council to consider granting first reading and proceed with a public hearing. And again, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Excellent, thank you so much. Any questions from council? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I'm just wondering, there's a number of structures around this property, and I'm not sure what they are. Like how many, there are 2 residences on this quarter section already?
No, there's
Just
one
one.
resident and it is on the east side of the creek.
On the east side of the creek?
Yeah,
Okay, plus the acreage,
plus the acreage, yeah.
existing acreage. Okay. So the residence is kind of following that snaky road in or there on the east side?
To access the balance of the quarter section, is that what you're asking?
Well, on the east side,
It would have to be moved up some in order, if you move it up some, you can see there we go. That, the lower, right around, do you see the snaky driveway there?
yes, that long driveway?
That's to the residential
That's
parcel.
to the residence?
Yes, and it comes in at the southwest corner of the quarter, and that's just, it's a lease road that was developed on a
Yeah,
municipal road allowance.
okay. And then there's another building, you just see next, the square of text, just to the right of it. Looks like there's another structure.
Within the existing residential parcel on site?
Yes,
No,
just to the
just
east.
to the right of the text box.
That white box?
Right.
Those are seat counts.
Oh, okay. Storage, okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Northcott.
With the driveways, there's a, looks like there's a road allowance there, and then there's also the neighboring quarter, like the quarter to the west. I think that's the next quarter. So I don't know how many titles or how many acreages have been subdivided off that quarter, but if there was there would be there's a possibility for an access road on that side, and then the developable road allowance, that's another road. Then you'd have the existing driveway, which is a road, and then another neutral. You could have 4 driveways. I don't know, that would look like a mess. Common sense tells me that's not appropriate. And really, if why could this parcel not just be adjoined and right up to Township Road 39-2 and eliminate the driveway completely?
So I can answer a couple of those questions. For township, or for the Range Road 5-0, the likelihood of that road ever being developed isn't great, just due to the creek that runs through the north or the southwest portion of that property, which is why when the existing residential parcel was created, they did the panhandle driveway in. For this panhandle we were looking at it to situate it closer to the residential parcel and also meet the applicant's needs. He liked this spot because of the tree cluster, and he thought that it would still leave more of the valuable agricultural land open, where they wouldn't have to kind of go around it as much with their farm equipment. And with the aligning of the Township Road 39-2, he was worried about how fast the traffic would be going on that road and the increased dust and stuff, so he kind of wanted to tuck it away.
Thanks.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Is it not possible to share the existing driveway?
That would be something he would have to contact the adjacent landowners on, because it is part of their parcel.
Okay.
Supplementary?
I understand if I can interject. I had applied for several other parcels. If you look on the south side of the acreage or the quarter section, there's a little 5-acre, 6-acre spot. Access was denied there. Then there's 35 acres on the east side. Access again was denied there because it's always been stated there has to be private access. There can't be any interference.
So sorry, just to confirm, was it denied or was a condition put on your application? Just for clarification.
I'll clarify for you. He didn't actually make the applications for those 2 parcels. They were just options he was looking at to see if they could
Okay.
potentially comply. But he would have to work with adjacent landowners, and he would still be looking at constructing a road to utilize those pockets.
Thank you. Sorry, continue.
Yes, so my understanding is I don't really want the panhandle either, but if there was ever to be a disagreement between myself and the other people, I think that's the reason why it has to have its own private access, just from dealing with the other situations that we've addressed here, other packages that we've tried to subdivide.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary or, okay, Councillor Cermak.
I need to get it clarified in my brain. Which proposal are we looking at?
The one in red, so you might have to look on the actual board because our stuff isn't in color. The red
So
area.
that's a total 6 acres.
I believe it's
It is.
5 plus a panhandle of 1 acre. Making
So
it
6 acres total, that's the one we're looking at, that irregular shape.
Yes.
Why such an irregular shape? Pardon?
Sorry, Ms. Gillum?
So they could stay within the maximum size requirements in the MDP, which is why Holly suggested that possibly squaring it off basically from this corner, go like straight across there.
Which would increase the size, but if council's in support of that area, would be a better shape in staff's opinion.
Supplementary, Councillor Cermak? Or no?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. I'd love you to go over access for the rest of the parcel. Are we then, if we were to approve this, are we removing access to the rest of the parcel?
No. So the balance of the quarter section will still have access from the north off Township 39-2.
Okay,
They only need to have access. He has an existing approach. Yeah.
By the two.
Right by the number 2 on the Township Road 39-2 at the top.
okay, sorry, just, we can't see it very well on the drawings.
If there ever wasn't one, it would be a condition of subdivision approval to ensure it was constructed.
Absolutely, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, I'm wondering what the current agricultural operations are on this property. It's so cut up.
I do my best to hay as much as I can, and I pasture the rest of it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the reason I got sick in November and I'm losing the farm, so that's a big part of the reason why we're trying to subdivide this.
So that he can reside on the land.
So my kids can still stay in the community and so on and so forth. The distance off the road, of course, is because of children and animals. This piece actually that I've chosen, I farm that, and to come around and go around that point with your equipment puts you into a very sharp V, which is, I mean, it's hard on equipment. The shape that it is now to follow that around to farm it will be far easier to farm. So and like I said, I've applied and investigated several other places on the property, and they just have not been attainable because of county regulation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Is there any other questions for council? I have another. In the event that we pass first reading today, is Municipal Planning Commission a referral for this application, and will they be touring this up? There's a lot of moving parts to this particular application, and I think a boots on the ground approach might be a great opportunity to bring back some feedback during the public hearing stage of this.
Yeah, if it was to receive reading, we would go for the public hearing where referral letters are circulated and comments are accepted from adjacent landowners and agencies, and MPC is one of them. And we actually go out and we do tour the site.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions, comments, or motions? Councillor Lahi.
Thank you very much. Being somewhat familiar with the property and knowing this spot that's being proposed, I see it as an efficient use of that land and minimizing the impact to agricultural operations on there. So I'd be pleased to make the motion for first reading.
Thank you. Your light was on, is it off now? Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments on the motion on the floor? Myself, I will be supporting this motion. I would like to get public feedback. I'd also really like to hear what Municipal Planning Commission has to say after touring the site. It's really hard to, with so much going on this particular application, it's really hard without a boots on the ground to go and see it. I think that would be very valuable. So I will be supporting this motion so we can get some of that information in order to make an educated decision. Any other, Councillor Northcott?
I'll support the motion just to go to public hearing. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I will call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Absolutely. How are we doing, team? Is this the next presentation? Do we need a quick coffee top up before we move on to the next one? Yeah, okay, then 10 minutes? That'd be great, thank you. Awesome, thank you, welcome back. And it looks like we are passing the floor over to, oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Council. I am here today to present to you the 2023 Assessment Data Report. So the valuation date each year for assessment is July 1st. And for our 2023 assessment values, we're looking at all the sales that occurred in the county from July 1, 2022 to July 1, 2023. Now, the market sales that have happened in that time span have given us a significant increases in our assessment values for all county properties. Properties often contain multiple codes, like there can be farmland, residential, non-residential, or exempt status. These assessment values are determined via the mass assessment based on the sales occurring each year. And our provincial audit standards sets the parameters at plus or minus 5% of the indicated market sales each year. We submitted the 2023 assessment roll in early February for the initial review for the auditor, and they determined that we had met the standards set by the province. Now, the assessment data is used for determining the property tax rates each year. So the assessment year is always 1 year prior to the taxation year. Therefore, we'll be comparing the 2022 assessment data with our 23 data. And the 2023 data will be used as the basis in determining 2024 tax rates. The overall taxable assessment for 2023 increased by 5.65%, and that increase was across the board for all sectors of our assessments. Accurate Assessment Group is our current designated industrial property assessor, and they're contracted directly now by Municipal Affairs to inspect and make the changes that have occurred for these properties within our county. So here I've broken it down into the general classes of property within the county. Farmland, being a regulated rate, does not have significant change year over year. But you can see how our residential and commercial sectors have increased, 9% in both sectors there. And then we've also seen increases in the linear property and our dip property. So you can see we're just over 8.2 billion in total assessment. So the total assessment increase consists of growth and inflation. So the growth includes the new construction within the county, while the inflation is the increase in the market value. And for all our residential properties, our total increase year over year was 171 million, 53 of that being growth, and the balance being the inflation. Our business properties increased 16 million, with 11 million in growth and 5 million inflation. And all our increases to linear and dip properties are due to the growth. Provincial assessor works with municipalities, contractors to prepare these annual dip assessments. And like I mentioned previously, the province now is contracting directly with AAG to be our service provider. And this initial contract was signed last year on a 5-year term expiring in 2028. Now this slide was presented or is sent to us from the province to give us the 3-year impact of the tax holiday assets that have not been added to our assessment yet. If you recall, the previous government in 2021, I believe, came up with this tax holiday for the oil industry, and it applies to the all new drilling that has occurred in the last 3 years. So you can see year one, there was a slight increase. Then the second year, 2022, you're looking at about, like if you look at the yellow total impact line, the yellow line, we have like 70 million in 2021, 325 million in 2022. And the third year, being last year, you can see that that's the highest number for a total of $882 million. Now, those are new value asset value, and you have to reflect, like, there will be a reflection of depreciation for the 2-year and 1-year-old assets. So that's not the total amount, but it's probably going to be, 80, up to 80% of that value, which will come online in next year's assessment data.
Are you good to answer questions throughout?
Sure.
It comes online in next year's assessment data. However, it's my understanding we received a letter that it is not coming online potentially, that holiday is being extended. Is that the case, or have you heard something different? Because we built a resolution specifically around the fact that it's our understanding that it was extended.
I've heard rumors to the effect that it may be delayed, but I'm not privy on what the current government policy is. That's something that they're probably discussing up in Edmonton behind closed doors. And if they do make a decision to make a change in that policy and extend it, that's a government decision. But I have no knowledge on what they may or may not do. Right now, based on the current information that we have, that amount is scheduled to come online. And I can only assume that, that you multiply that by many, many times if you take into account the entire province.
Absolutely.
So whether it happens or not, again, we'll find out when.
Well, we are in Edmonton in next week, and our resolution will be on the floor for discussion. It would be excellent if some of these statistics and how they affect our municipality directly would be available in order to advocate as much as possible so that we can get that holiday ended. Councillor Radcliffe.
Certainly we can provide any information if you require it to before you travel north, so.
That would be excellent. Thank you so much. Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Just to help me get this in perspective, we've missed out on $0.88 billion of assessment out of just under $6 billion. So that means we're down 12% or so?
Well, this amount here has not been included in the previous amount. So this is the province has sent us this. They've been sending it across to every municipality, like on an annual basis. So this is the amount that is sitting on the sideline right now that has not been added to the previous assessment number. So we still had an increase without counting these numbers.
And the magnitude of
I'll go back to the
gift on
total.
our
I'll go
behalf.
back a couple of slides here to show so you can see linear and dip right now, 3.3, 2.5. So we're just under $6 billion in current value for those linear and dip assets. And if you take into account the holiday assets, which are another almost 900,000, so we'd be at, instead of being under 6, we'd be closer to 7, like 6.8 billion in assessment value. If the government goes through and allows municipalities to add that number next year, and that's what we're assuming right now without further information from the government. So we would see that increase added to the 2024 assessment numbers. But whether that happens or not, again, is not certain, I guess, at this point in time, but we can only go on the information we have right now, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Supplementary? Yep.
Thank you. If this tax holiday didn't happen, what would our what would the impact be to the operations of the county? Because, we've been given a task to identify another $10 million a year, basically, over the next 10 years.
That's a good question. What would happen, like 3 years ago, the government came up with this policy. They obviously were consulting with the oil and gas industry and looking for ways to, I guess, give incentives to the oil and gas industry to drill, and maybe they were, not willing to go and do as much drilling. Like, obviously, this tax holiday has triggered more activity than probably would have happened if it hadn't been, if that policy had not been implemented. How much more? Only, I guess, oil and gas executives would have any idea if they would be still doing the amount of drilling that they have done without the holiday.
Yeah.
That'd be pure speculation on my part, and so I don't have that information. But I'm sure that they've done more during the 3-year time period that they normally would have because the incentive is there to do anything and have a tax-free break. I think everybody's looking for something like that, so.
No, and I don't disagree with you. I just wish the province had done it with their pocketbook and not ours. Ms. Serhan.
Can I have you go back to the tax holiday slide, please, Rob? Okay, so just a little bit of information on the impact on tax revenue that this holiday has had. So again, if this holiday hadn't happened, maybe this growth wouldn't have happened. But in the first year, $70 million worth of assets growth that are taxable within Clearwater County. Now, in the second year, those assets would be depreciated, and then in the third year, they would be depreciated again, and then in 2025, they will be depreciated again. So we'll never see the total amount of tax revenue from that growth, and again, in year 2, depreciated in year 3, and again, in the year that that's currently available for us to tax. And year 3, they will be depreciated in year 4 before they're added to our assessment base, if that goes forward. We did kind of a little exercise on what would be the municipal tax on this if we took into account about 20% depreciation every year for the years that these assets would be depreciated. Now, I don't have the information on what formula they use or if that's close to the depreciation that they use year over year, but it gives us some sort of variable to put in there, knowing that we wouldn't have taxed at the full value every year. And over those 3 years, it's about $10 million.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Laut.
Thank you, and I think you actually answered much of my question, but really just to test my understanding, when these properties are developed, the machinery and equipment, the dip, the linear, they are assessed a value when they're initially constructed, and then it depreciates at a kind of a pencil rate from that point on, or are they reassessed to a market value? I'm just trying to understand if we're bound to have that value depreciated, do those companies access that depreciation for tax purposes, or is it something that's reassessed from time to time?
My understanding is that our DIPA contract assessor, which is the Accurate Assessment Group, which has been doing our DIP assessments for multiple years now, they calculate the asset value in the year that it's implemented. So when a new well goes in and all the infrastructure in regards to that well, it takes time to get it up and running. So between the start of the project and when that asset comes online and is functioning, and actually pulling oil out of the ground to be processed, there's a methodology within the MGA on how those properties are assessed, and there's a formula for calculating depreciation also. So it's a very distinct. There's a process established to be consistent, so that oil and if you drill a well here in Clearwater versus drilling a well near Fort Mac versus drilling a well in other parts of the Alberta, they all have to be, if you're building the same type of structure, they all have to be assessed in a similar manner. So there's it's just like when I'm assessing residential property, I'm going by, I'm comparing it within this jurisdiction. So they would be doing the same thing. is looking at what the oil companies are spending, what type of drill rig they're putting in. So there's a set list of what those values are depending on what they're putting in the ground, because the technology in the oil and gas industry changes so quickly. They have to keep updating those records, and they work in conjunction with those oil companies to come up with reasonable assessment value, so that, you know, one assessor, like, because there's multiple assessors, like the province has taken over the bulk of the assessment of those properties, but we're one of the few municipalities that haven't been taken over by the government because they don't have the number and the expertise of employees for the larger municipalities that have the billions and billions of worth of assets within their jurisdiction. I think there's 15 in total municipalities in the province right now that are contracted out by the province because they don't have the capacity to do the work themselves. And in that situation, like I say, AAG has been doing this before when we contracted directly with them, and they're just continuing on. And the process of valuing these assets are well established to be consistent throughout the province. So, because it's such a specialized industry, assessment value-wise, like it boggles my mind sometimes when they try and show me details of how they have to go about and inspect those assets, and they recognize all the different names of these assets. Like, I wouldn't have a clue. When I go out and look at a drill well, you know, I wouldn't know the specifics of it, but these people that have the expertise, that do the work, they are constantly updating their records with the cooperation of the oil and gas industry to put reasonable assessment values forward when they're doing these new drilling, new wells and new pipeline kind of thing.
Supplementary?
Thank you, but would I be correct in saying then that that assessment, we have no control or influence on that assessment level?
Exactly. It's controlled through municipal affairs. They have. They also have, they've been, like, the province has been doing the linear portion of the assessments for 20+ years, so that relationship with the oil and gas industry is well established. And now they've incorporated the DIP, with its designated industrial properties, which are all the assets. I believe it's everything controlled by the Alberta Energy Regulator and certain entities out there that work with this type of valuation of these assets.
Thank you. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit to that. So very similar to farmland, it's regulated through the province, and it has always been, even when the municipalities were contracting out the assessment for those properties, even before they were kind of gathered up by the province to assess. And they do depreciate year over year. There's no correlation to market value, or it is, yeah, I guess similar to farmland in that it's a very regulated assessment process for that.
Thank you. Continue, please, Mr. Cochin.
Okay. So our linear and dip property makes up a total of just about 72% of our total assessment base. Provincial tax incentives, which is what we were talking about, and the higher oil prices have triggered the significant new oil and gas activity, which has increased our assessment. And these increases, again, we've just had a little discussion on the tax holiday assets at 882 million, which is not without the depreciation. And as we hope that they will be coming into our assessment base in the future.
Thank you. Sorry, missed you last time. Sorry,
Oh,
Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Not a problem. I just want to go back to that, what Mr. Serhan was talking about. There's no inflation number in what they can, when they drill a well, that's the cost, and that's what it stays at, and it is depreciated 10% or whatever it is per year. There's non-inflation until there is some inflation in there, but not to the oil company.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, it's a very regulated formula and process through the province. And they do depreciate every year. There's no inflation to any of the assessment numbers. The only time we see an increase to our assessment in those categories is due to growth. Like, so if oil company A builds another pad, then we get the assessment on that. That's the only way we see an increase. And we're one of the few municipalities that have seen such growth, even due to the tax holiday. Like, there's not that many municipalities that would have seen the amount of assessment increase within their boundaries. There's a couple of different resource pools that the oil companies have been targeting during this tax holiday.
Thank you. Supplementary?
No, I'm good now. I think I understand how this happens. It's not right, but because, I mean, when you dig a well back 3 years ago, let's say that a well costed $1 million. Today to dig a well is probably 1.5. So we've lost out on the inflation factor of this.
Well, not just the inflation factor, we actually aren't to tax those assets right now at all. So we're not missing out on inflation, we're actually missing out on that particular asset entirely.
But when it comes back at the holidays off, we still are missing out on huge amounts.
Absolutely. Mr. Hen?
Yes, and part of the reason that there's no inflation is because the resource has been pulled for 3 years, so it makes it less valuable to someone else that has those assets, right? So even though market value is not considered in the assessment process, it is very complex how the assessment is generated.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, please continue.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'll move on to our small business assessment subclass. We passed this bylaw almost 5 years ago now, which created a separate tax rate for our local businesses within the county. And for the 2023 year, we now have almost 220 roles with a total assessment value of $80 million qualified for small business status. And this is an increase from the 2022 value where we had just under 200 roles at $68.7 million. So we continue to inform and encourage any new business within the county to apply for this benefit. And the qualification factors have not changed for this class. It's just to have a valid permit to operate your business and have no more than 50 employees.
And just to confirm, we don't actually have a business license. You just need a development permit through the planning department in order to do that.
Correct, yeah. I determine who qualifies for this small business class. And I always, whenever I'm finding new businesses that are, like, I'm always reviewing permits, and anybody that's taking out a permit to operate a new business, that's one of the first things I greet them with is, hey, this is a benefit for you. If you're starting operations, we can give you a lower tax rate. So any little bit helps, especially for new businesses. They're always, the first year of a new business, is always the toughest for them to get going. So
Excellent.
I'm always out there and encouraging people to just put in it's a one-page application, and I always have some with me when I'm doing my inspections all summer, so.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, it's worked out quite well. And just as a side note, because we have recently passed, last June, the short-term rental license bylaw through planning. The planning department is looking after that. I've been working with Adrian in planning so that when they send us all permits already, but he's also now sending me any applicant that has qualified for the short-term rental license. And when they get approved by planning, I automatically apply this small business rate to that. Since they're now complying with bylaws, I consider that the same as if they get a license to operate their short-term rental, I consider that equivalent to getting a permit to operate a business. So I'm doing that, and I'm also informing we've been working together, actually, Adrian and I, to notify all the short-term rental businesses that we are aware of about the bylaw, telling them and sending them an application and a copy of the bylaw so they understand. And it's actually been going quite well. So we're being proactive in that way. So, because in prior years, we weren't sure how many were out there and who they were, but as we are getting more of a handle on how many we have within the county, and there's a significant number of short-term rentals, yeah, it's slowly building up. So we'll slowly be building up our base of people that get those licenses, and because that's an annual license, you know, they'll have to give us the updated information through planning on an annual basis. So.
Excellent, it's great. You found a streamlined process that reduces the paperwork and the red tape. Well done. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I recall in the presentation on the short-term rentals that it wasn't clarified, but it depended somewhat on usage as to how much of the year that property was actually on the market as a short-term rental. Did you clarify that?
Yes, well, I mean, the planning department handles all the details as far as walking through the application with the owner and trying to determine, I think there's two classes of licenses, whether they stay on the property or whether they're absentee owners. I believe that's involved. But for assessment purposes, I will work with that owner. If they tell me that they're only going to have the property on 6 months a year, then I may only apply like a 50-50 split for business use and residential use. So there are anomalies within each of these operators. Like some of them are just full-blown properties on Airbnb, 365 days a year. Some of them go and use the property themselves personally. So there are variances from each operator, and I work with that owner just to come up with a reasonable assessment, because if they're not using it, you know, if it's not there 365 days a year and they are having personal use or part-time use, I will work with them to come up with what a reasonable split each year is. So that's how it is for the assessment purposes. As far as planning goes, they work or walk through the process with those owners as far as what type of license they need, and I don't get involved in that part because that's a planning process part. They handle the application and processing of the application. I deal more on after it's approved and then dealing with what's a fair assessment for each owner.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Once again, I appreciate your efforts to be extremely fair in how you apply this.
I'm all about being fair and transparent with every property. I'm an open book. I apply legislation and I try and be reasonable. I think some of that comes from being a senior citizen now, so I have lots of experience in dealing with people, and it's always easier to treat them nice right off the hop, and you get better cooperation that way than trying to create problems. So
it's great to hear. Councillor Cermak.
I just want to elaborate on this benefit. Do we advertise that as a benefit for new businesses coming into our county, that this is available to them if they bring their business here? Because I think we should advertise the heck out of that, because that's a great savings for a business to come to Clearwater County.
Yes, I work with the communications director, DJ, all the time, and we're trying to always make aware. So she's in charge of you know, our social media, our website data that's in there, and I believe that on a regular basis she is updating and making people aware that benefit is available, but it's kind of her department, so I let the communications department run with what they want to put out there as far as attracting business to Clearwater. So.
Yeah, because that's a big bouquet for a business to come to Clearwater if you're going to give them a break right off the get-go.
Well, and I think that it would also be very similar to what a lot of municipalities are doing with a full new business bylaw incentive. We're already doing some of those things.
I did not know anything about that.
Well, now you do.
And I had businesses in this county.
Well, and since he's such a fair assessor, he probably has seen you already have a development permit for that business and has already applied that particular incentive to you.
Well, the reason this came about is because the provincial legislation, they changed the Municipal Government Act of Alberta in order to add this small business assessment subclass. So it was only created or put into legislation by the government in 2019. And so as soon as I became aware that it was available, that's when I introduced that bylaw in December 2019, and we got it on the books as quick as any municipality in the province, so.
Excellent. Thank you. More, do you have supplementary or?
I think it's great what we're doing. Fantastic.
Okay. See no more questions, please continue.
So I want to get into, on a very general level, I'm going to talk about land use zoning and assessment. So Clearwater County's land use bylaw has a total of 33 separate districts or zonings to govern how the owners may use their properties. Each of these zonings provides a list of permitted uses and also discretionary uses. So regardless of what zoning is in place for any specific property, the assessment process will only consider the actual use of that property. An example of how this works would be any property that's zoned agricultural. Like if a property is zoned agricultural and is operating a farm business that meets the definition of farming in the MGA of Alberta, we give them the regulated rate for farmland, which is $350 an acre. But when agricultural zone land is not used for farming, it reverts to residential land value, and that's a market value. So it's a pretty simple process for me. I've been doing review of farmland or property that is zoned agricultural farmland in the county for several years, and I don't get a chance because there's thousands and thousands of properties. I haven't been able to review all of them, but every once in a while when I come across some property and the owner tells me that they aren't conducting a farming operation, I tell them how their assessment's going to change and I explain it to them. And for the most part, people are good. We always have a few that aren't happy when their taxes are going up. But the reason that it happens is you have to do something to qualify as a farm operation. So whatever that is, because farming is not a cheap business to be in. So if you're gonna get the benefit of a farmland assessment, you know, you've got to be doing something to earn that benefit. And because we have a lot of aging farmers in the community, there's some people that, you know, it's a strenuous business to be in, and if you can't do it anymore and you don't have family help to help you, I'm fine with a neighbor. They can do a crop share operation, or they allow my own neighbor that I live beside, you know, he allows a neighbor to bring over some cattle to graze a few weeks each year. So we don't keep the bar that high to qualify, but you just need to do something. And so I have here the 4 classes of property in the MGA, and you can see like residential, non-residential, which would be business property, farmland, machinery and equipment. So as soon as you lose the farmland status, that being not actually farming the land, then it goes to the residential rate. And that's why some people ask me, well, my property is zoned agricultural, how can I be residential? And I explain to them, well, as soon as there's not a farm operation conducted on that property, you know, that's how the assessment is. So there's a difference between zoning and assessment, and that's, I just wanted to bring that forward as a high level discussion point, because it causes a lot of confusion out there, and it's a very, for me, I look at it in a very simple way. You have to qualify, you have to do something to qualify to earn that farmland status, because you can't buy any land at $350 an acre.
No, especially in Clearwater County, and we're so blessed that this, as farmers, as a farmer myself, I know my farm is very blessed to have it not be assessed at market value. I know that I myself could not farm if it was, if we were taxed at market value, and I would make the assumption and be so bold as to assume that that would be the case for a lot of farming operations. This gives the ability for people to actually farm and produce food for the world, and we're very lucky that we have that, and that's why we need to ensure that the land that is used for farming gets that benefit, and the ones that is not are not receiving that benefit. So I appreciate you digging into that a little bit deeper. And Councillor Radcliffe.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Reeve. How much of the county have you been able to review on this so far?
Well, I've been here 5 years, and I would say that I'm able to look at maybe 200 or 300 properties a year. With me, I just have myself and one other assessor to do all the inspection, because in addition to doing farmland review, we've got to look at all our new construction each year, our places that we haven't been to in 5 to 10 years. So there's a whole list. Like farmland review is part of that list. It's not my top priority, but it's one of the things that I try and get to a few hundred properties each year, and little by little, I'll get to everybody eventually, or maybe I won't. But I don't know. I'm not sure how long I'll be in Clearwater. If I'm here in Clearwater long enough to look at every property, that would be one of my goals. But that I'm limited in my time each year and how many properties I can get to as far as farmland review.
So have you gone to a quarter, half? Where would you say?
I would say I'm less than half at this point.
Okay.
It's a big undertaking.
Yeah.
Supplementary,
I have more questions, but I see others have questions.
yes. Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, maybe my question is just maybe for the knowledge set of the people viewing. Many farmland parcels have a residential component as well. I was just wondering how you determine that residential assessment and how you divide out the area used for that farming operation. Is that a non-residential use of a property as well? I'm just trying to understand.
So any farm property that has a residence on it, the MGA specifies that a 3-acre lot will be removed out of the farmland portion of that parcel. Say if you got a full quarter, 160 acres, 3 acres would go to the residence, 157 of the balance would remain as farmland status, and that 3-acre parcel has to be assessed at a market value. So that would be including the value of the services, which if you have a house, you're going to have a water well, a septic system, and power. And the cost for new people to put any residence on a farm parcel has continued to increase. The cost of putting in those services, because I have to survey that each year, it's amazing to me at how much the cost of that is. So that gets factored in. So a farmland assessment would have the farmland value. It would have a residential component, which would be this 3-acre site value, plus the value of those services, plus the value of whatever residence it is, whether it's a mobile or a house or whatever they're living in. And that's at a market value also. So if it's a brand new house, we have a lot of new houses being built each year, but then, and even the cost of mobiles, to buy a new mobile now has increased significantly year after year. So whatever that residence is, it's valued at a market value with the 3-acre site, and then the balance still does remain as a farmland regulated rate assessment. As far as non-residential, in order to get a non-residential, they would have to be conducting some kind of business. But if it's just farm business, then no, then that would be included under the farmland assessment. And any farm business that's operating that has farm use buildings, that's another thing I've been adding is value of farm use buildings. I assess them, but they have zero tax. They're exempt from tax. Any building used in a farming operation has zero tax to it. But I like to add it to the assessment now so that when farm properties are bought and sold in the marketplace, those buildings have value to the farmers, whether it's for a hay shed or an equipment shop to store their equipment. There's multiple farm use buildings throughout the county, and I know in the past they were ignoring them just because they were tax exempt. I have slowly been adding them as I do my inspections of farm properties. Like I say, and I explain to the farmers of why their assessment may change. You may see a higher number, but it always shows as an exempt portion. So in addition to farmland buildings farm use buildings being exempt, there's also an exemption for that farm residence, depending on how much farmland value is on that quarter, because again, even though it's a regulated rate, starting at $3.50 an acre, there's some farm land is better than others. And so usually the farmland rate for a full quarter could range anywhere from like 5 to 20,000, say. And whatever that value is, that value of that farmland gets removed or deducted from the value of the 3-acre residential site and house. So say that 3-acre site and house is worth, 200 or 300,000, and you had a 20,000 assessment on the farmland, that farmer would only pay tax on the residential portion. 300 minus the 20 would be 280. So there's a maximum amount of exemption for that farmland value of I believe it's just a little over 61,500. That's a number that's been in the MGA for years. I'm not sure how it was calculated, but there is another benefit to help the farmers reduce their tax cost each year. So in addition to the regulated rate on the farmland itself, they can get a further deduction from their residents based on the value of the farmland. So that's all in the MGA, and that's all to assist farmers minimize their taxes each year.
Excellent. Thank you.
Did that?
Thank you so much.
I believe I had Ms. Sirhan first, and then. Okay, she may. Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I wonder if you could help me and our vast listening audience understand how what could be subjective that you're applying fairly. Are you looking at this from the perspective of the parcel that's zoned as ag, or how even a quarter section might be used? I'm thinking, suppose that someone has cleared 60 acres out of a quarter section and they're grazing a few animals on it. Do you look at any activity on the whole parcel, or
Yeah, well,
is it broken down?
there aren't many quarter section parcels that are, totally 100% usable. You're going to have, like, for instance, the prior presentation earlier where the gentleman was asking for a subdivision, and you could look and see how cut up that quarter was. And he had a few acres that he was able to use in the northeast section there, where he said he was able to get some hay crop off. So there's not, depending on each quarter, you're going to have some, you're never going to get 100% usage on that land, because there's going to be trees or topography or waterways that are going to affect what kind of farming you can do on that property. But if you own that quarter section and you're able to even use any portion, like to get a hay crop off, we don't differentiate and just say, well, only 15 acres is being farmed and the balance is something else. We look at the whole, like 3 acres out of that quarter for the residence part, but the 157 acres, regardless of how many acres are actually being farmed, still get the farmland status. So we don't make a distinction. As soon as you qualify as an active or farm operation, it applies to the entire quarter or whatever the size of that parcel is. Because a lot of times you have road allowances out, or you might have one subdivision out. So, the parcel sizes can vary. But we don't make a distinction. If there's a farm operation being carried out anywhere within that quarter, all the land gets that farmland status.
Okay, so you look at it just from the parcel
Exactly.
itself. Okay,
Yeah.
that helps. Thank you.
Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. What about tree farms? Like, there's lots of forested areas in Clearwater County, so if somebody was to have a designated area as a tree farm.
Tree farm is a different animal. It doesn't come under the definition of farming. it's treated more as a business operation, and a tree farm needs to have like it's through the Woodlot Association, there's supposed to be a plan, a business plan and a business operation. We have, I would say we have at least half a dozen tree farms operating in the county that I'm aware of. And they go through a different process if it's strictly a tree farm. But I mean, as long as they're doing some type of farm operation, I mean, and they're buying and selling, or they're harvesting those trees and selling so many a year, they do get a farmland status. I mean, I'm trying to think now. I don't have the definition of farming in here, but I don't think it's specified in that. But there's kind of a different process to go through the Woodlot Forestry Association. But it's administered through the province, and tree farms are, like I say, there's not a lot of them in the county, so, but they still get a farmland status as far as I'm aware, so.
Yeah, absolutely, supplementary.
Just an example, if somebody had a 5-acre parcel that would, you know, was undeveloped, had no buildings, it was a bare 5-acre parcel, just for example, does that still count? Like, is that 3-acre residential parcel applied to that?
I'm not aware of any 5-acre parcels. I don't believe there's any zoning. I think once you get into the CRA or CR zoning, that farming isn't an option. Like, I'm not aware of any property that's receiving farm status of less than 10 acres that I've come across.
Sorry, now the mic's back on. Sorry, the mic wasn't on.
Just for an example, if there was a 5-acre parcel, just for an example.
Yeah.
Is that 5 acres taxed? Like, there's no buildings, no house, just empty 5 acres. Is that a tax? Is that assessed as farmland, or 3 acres is residential and then 2 acres of farmland, or?
No, we wouldn't be splitting out a 3-acre parcel on a 5-acre parcel as a residential and having 2 acres assessed as farmland.
So what would happen in this scenario? I don't know if we have time for this, but in a scenario, yeah, so you'd have 5 acres assessed as residential. What would the value be? Because there's no buildings on it or anything.
Well, vacant land is at market value. So whatever, we have sales of vacant lots each year, so I look at those sales and we come up with valuation for vacant parcels, but it's not a vacant farm parcel of 5 acres or 7 acres.
It just doesn't get the regulated $350
No.
per acre. It gets the market value per acre and taxed at the residential rate, not at the farm rate.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Does that clarify?
Yeah.
I believe we're to Ms. Serhang.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the taxation of the farmland regulated rate. So the assessment of that farmland is different, is part of the equation of the tax levy that's applied to that, but the other part is the tax rate. So there are municipalities that don't have any other industry within their boundaries except farming and residential, so their tax rate is significantly higher for their farmland because they still have to pay their municipal operations. So whether the farmland is assessed at farmland regulated or market value, council has the purview to adjust that rate and thereby defining what the levy would be on that farmland parcel.
Perfect. Thank you. I love this because it took me almost a year to wrap my head around the difference between land use and the actual zoning. So I can definitely understand how people watching this could be difficult, it could be hard for them because it took me a while to wrap my head around this. And I think the timber question that Councillor Northcott had brought up is a great example of the difference between the land zoning and the assessment part, because it actually is a discretionary use under ag within our zoning districts. But there's a whole lot more of a process that you have to go through in order to actually do an assessment instead of just looking at it from the land use bylaw perspective. So it's fascinating.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just because you have trees on your land and you cut one down, it doesn't make you a tree farmer. Like I say, there's a little more analysis and review that has to go into it. And because there are loggers, like logging is another thing, right? We have 3/4 of our county in provincial land, and there's thousands of leases on those lands, including timber, sundry forest products and other type of businesses like that have leases to extract those trees and process them, right? So, but that's a separate issue, and those are non-residential assessments, and those are looked at on our DIP, by our DIP assessors actually, so.
Okay.
When they get into that level of production.
I think, Ms. Serhan again.
Just have one question, like your contract says you can't retire until you've visited every parcel in Clearwater County, right?
I don't remember signing that contract.
Then that means we can change it to twice. You have to visit them each twice before you can retire.
Well, as long as I enjoy what I'm doing, I'm gonna continue to do it, so.
Please continue.
So we touched on that and the zoning and the agricultural. So the treatment for those agricultural zone properties is the same if it's vacant or does contain residents. Yeah, so I've spoken to the residential part about the 3-acre parcel. Yeah, and that's what I just wanted to touch on. And in summary, our assessment follows the Municipal Government Act and its regulations, and that's why there may be a difference in the assessment and its land use zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up questions? This for me is extremely helpful, by the way. Maybe I'm an assessment land use planning dork, but I quite enjoy this. So, Councillor Northcott.
What the heck? Just for the linear tax, for the tax holiday there, could be viewed as maybe negatively that there's a tax holiday and municipalities don't receive those linear taxes, but I was just wondering if there's any information for the benefit that that program may have had to local contractors for employment for tank truck drivers, welders, local contractors, to be able to maybe provide some stimulation to the oil and gas industry. They're subject to higher costs for, steel prices have went up quite a bit, so for casing, strings, tubing and stuff like that, they would have paid a significant amount more. Just if there's benefits to local.
I believe that when that holiday was posed 3 years ago, we had a large pipeline that extended, I think it started up in Edson and went right through our county over a couple of years. And I know that those pipeline companies contracted with a couple of private property owners to set up their base. I believe they went behind John Bandura's Diamond J and set up for a year. There was a company down towards this North Fork Road that's set up. I know that they leased some space up in our Metal Dog industrial to drop some pipe there while they were building that pipeline. So I believe there was a lot of benefits that benefited not only the county, but I think town-wise too, while those pipelines were going through. And I'm pretty sure that they were incentivized by the tax holiday to get that done. So yeah, I believe that Clearwater did receive a lot of benefit in addition to the assets that were built. So,
No, great question and discussion, because the adverse is available as well. Trying to find because that's almost impossible to get. Just like it'd be impossible to find out how much road damage and our infrastructure damage was done building those assets and stimulating our local economy, which it's great, but there's also an adverse to that as well. Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Yes, I found this very interesting and clarifying. I appreciate your openness and transparency. I disagree with your assessment, though, that you're a senior citizen. I'm sure you've got at least 10 more years here.
That might be the only assessment we disagree with. The rest of them I don't think we would challenge.
Yeah. I would make the motion that we accept this presentation for information.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lougheed.
I just would have an answer to Councillor Northcott's. Although we may not know what the effect might have been without that holiday, I can say that one company that has had a bit of a benefit is TC Energy, and it had $2.13 billion worth of profit last year. So I think there is definitely some benefit to the oil and gas industry in having a tax holiday.
Excellent, yes, thank you, and I'm hoping that we can put a spotlight on that next week at RMA with the very important resolution that Clearwater County is bringing to the floor on that very issue. And now we've got some numbers in which to defend that, which is very helpful. Councillor Graham.
Never mind, I was gonna make a motion.
Motion has already been made, absolutely. Seeing no other lights on, I will call that question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, and thank you again. Did we need 5 minutes, or can we continue, team? You, okay, then we'll take a 5-minute recess. Welcome back, and we are moving along to our agenda, section 7, and we're gonna move over to CAO's report.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. The March 12th CAO report. First item is the ACP program, which is the Alberta Community Partnership. At the January 9th regular council meeting, council endorsed Clearwater County's ACP application in collaboration with the Village of Caroline for Phase 2 Municipal Restructuring Study Stream Grant. Following this application, Clearwater County has been approved for a grant of $125,000 to support the amalgamation project. The notification letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs is included in the correspondence for council's information. Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the RMA 2024 Spring Convention. The RMA 2024 Spring Convention will take place March 18th to the 20th in Edmonton. Traditionally, council meets with various ministers and deputy ministers in person during the convention to advocate for the interests of rural Alberta and especially Clearwater County. A meeting has been arranged for council to meet with Minister of Municipal Affairs to discuss progress on the Clearwater County and Village of Caroline amalgamation negotiations and the ongoing assessment model review.
Excellent, thank you. Questions for CAO? Councillor Ratcliffe.
I know this is an old song. Oh, thank you, Deputy Reeve. About the development nodes, you know, we tried at the last RMA convention to speak to the relevant ministers. Are you satisfied that sufficient progress is being made there? Or would it be beneficial to, and it's probably too late because the RMA is next week, engage with the relevant ministers?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Ratcliffe. We did extend the request. We didn't get an acceptance. But in answer to your first question, I'm so satisfied, I'm optimistic for the first time in about 30 years. The province is partnered with us in doing the area structure plans for those nodes. They have formulated a committee to review. I am extremely optimistic on how the province is receiving those area structure plans, those ASPs, and what they're doing with them. It's the most attention that those nodes have gotten in a number of decades, Councillor Ratcliffe, so I'm very pleased.
Thank you.
Great.
Supplementary?
Thank you. I guess your 30 years of perseverance is paying off. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And any other questions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
No.
No? Oh, your light's on, so, no, alrighty. If not, then I will be looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Cermak, thank you. No questions, comments on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call that question. All in favor? And that is carried, thank you. And thank you for including that action item as well. I very much, I like seeing that. Verbal reports from council, Division 2.
So been pretty busy lately. After our last meeting, there was the Highway 11 twinning open house, I guess, in town. Lots, I think all of us went to it. I don't know, but there were lots of county residents there, and that was great that happened out here for the residents to be able to learn some things, and hopefully it'll happen for the next phase as well to keep everyone informed. I had a Rocky Library Board meeting. We had the amalgamation meeting. I attended the budget town hall phone call with Minister McIver. There's the Rocky Clearwater ICC meeting. I thought that went incredibly well. I was really happy. It's a good group there. I had my drop-in session and 0 people attended. I attended the drought preparation phone call with Minister Schultz, Minister Sigurdsson, and Minister Lowen. Hopefully they're wrong. That's all I have to say about that. I have a feeling they're not, but hopefully they're wrong. The community capacity building day, it's always good to get all the councils together and have a shared vision. I had to leave that a little in the middle of it to attend the industry rural crime meeting. We had a presentation for wildfire season. It was kind of more, I felt, historically what they've done, not what they're planning for this year, so that was kind of disappointing, but lots of information there. The airport stakeholders meeting, it was about 15 minutes long, so there wasn't a ton of information there, but we had our broadband meeting. I attended the Denim and Diamonds event last Friday. I thought that was amazing. I love the positivity and seeing we have so many amazing businesses and people in our community, and to see some of them get recognition I think is wonderful, and Doug did a great job. Doug Griffiths, as he always does. On Saturday, Reeve Swanson and I were both judging the West Central Regional Presentations Competition in Leslieville. It was a great competition. We have lots of local talent, which gives me confidence in the future of our community, and we have a group going to provincials, so good luck to them. And yesterday, Councillor Radcliffe and I both attended the North Saskatchewan Recreation Board meeting. So I don't really have a lot of information on those things, but those are the things I've attended recently.
Excellent, thank you. Questions for Councillor Councillor Cermak?
Can you please elaborate on what you hope that he's wrong about? Because I'm confused. I've been out of the loop here.
Just the droughts that are gonna happen in general.
The drought?
They're preparing for a drought this year, and it sounds like they're expecting it to be pretty bad. And I just hope they're wrong about it. I hope we get a good amount of moisture and everyone's happy and it's a good year.
Yeah, because right now, the statistics are out that the St. Mary's Dam, right now, they withdrew more water out of it last year than they should have, and right now it's at 9%. It's pretty bad in the south.
Hopefully we'll get some good rainfalls though, and it'll be good.
We do have some good snowpack in the mountains right now, so that should help. There's getting better snowpack in the mountains. There wasn't any before.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I did hear, I think it was on the drought presentation, because in my brain it was, well, we'll see what the runoff is, and that meaning it's good or not. But because it ground froze before it snowed, that's not the case. So it's going to be like a good runoff, and none of that moisture is going into the ground. And then, yeah. So that's disappointing.
Any other questions for Councillor Graham? No, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I think Councillor Graham certainly covered much of what the activities of council has been over the last couple of weeks here. And I would just comment too that we know the province is very much aware of the potential for drought and preparing for those things, whether it's wildfire, whether it's the effects on agricultural production that could come from that. Interesting thing is industry doesn't share that. Grain prices are dropping, future prices on grain is dropping, so somehow industry believes that there isn't going to be a drought. So we got that part of the government being prepared for the worst and industry expecting the best. So somewhere hopefully we fall in the middle and all is well. The other thing I would mention is I too agree that the Denim and Diamonds event was terrific. Thanks to the organizers, the chamber, for doing that. It's so great to see those local businesses recognized, those individuals that contribute to the well-being of our community. A great chance for a full house to take a moment to celebrate successes and support those businesses as they move forward. So that's all for me.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Northcott. Or sorry, does anybody have any questions for Councillor Lougheed? I apologize. Missed that one. Seeing none? Sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Sorry, Councillor Northcott.
No, just as far as regarding drought, you know, we often see the soil assessment rating for subdivision of land. And I've often said it's evident that Clearwater County is still dry here, but fortunate in comparison to most areas of Alberta that we do get rain and snow here. Even though we are still dry, but pretty fortunate in comparison to other areas. So a couple of the highlights, the Denim and Diamonds was, that was a nice event, and it was really neat to see that the Mountaineer is 100 years. I don't know, I think that's pretty incredible, 100 years. And then I attended a Pan West conference. The highlights there, they talked about artificial intelligence and the security threats that it can have on, through that. That's really sums it up quite easily, but also I attended a workshop while I was there for cooperatives for seniors housing and or 55 plus living and some of the benefits it can have to communities. There's a lot of, for even for pedicures, bowling, swimming, it does have stimulation to the local businesses and stuff like that in the area, so that's about all I have for the highlights of my last couple weeks.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Councillor Northcott? I had one regarding the Pan West, talking about the co-op model. I know that Councillor Ratcliffe and Councillor Sturbeck also attended an event, I believe a few months ago now, but regarding cooperatives. Do you feel that the co-op model would be a value add within this community? And do you have any information to bring back to help us pave that path if we so choose?
I think some of that still have to be identified through administration with further information, but I know with views, like for seniors housing in Alberta, there are granting opportunities available, but I think right here in Clearwater County, the Alberta government has nothing to fund. Like there would have to be some sort of body created, whether it's a municipal corporation or a co-op or a not-for-profit or something, but there are granting opportunities, but right now we're unable to take advantage of that because right now the government has no place to give the money to, so.
Okay. Our Rocky Seniors Housing group that we have right now wouldn't be able to capitalize on that? Because we pay into that and we are part of that group.
Yeah, so I guess I'm clarify a little bit more, for a seniors housing project in the southern portion of the county.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Lougheed.
Maybe I would have a question. You mentioned AI, artificial intelligence, and maybe if you could just summarize what their perspective was on how that will impact what we do.
So there were some people that were always going, with more and more technology. There was a couple of people that said, well, why do we have to continue to go forward with this continuing to be more and more of a threat, and businesses have to invest more and more in spyware and antivirus and stuff like that? Why can't we go backwards? Like, why do we have to continue to go forwards when this seems to be more and more of a threat to business? I think the annual cost to a small local business, or like small business, was about $13,000 annually. As far as one of the examples that the presenter gave through artificial intelligence, he says, even through voice recognition, it can now record your words, and then it would all artificially put a sentence together. So the example that he used was, could phone a bank and pretend it's just an individual and then request a $5,000 purchase of, say, gift cards, even though it's not you, but it took your words and created sentences out of it and give direction to a banking institution. So that sort of stuff. I don't know, did that help a little bit?
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Councillor Northcott? No? Seeing none, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Yeah, it's a brave new world. Some of this has already been covered, so I'll go over those things quickly. The turnout at the Highway 11 twinning was, I thought, quite good. Shows the amount of interest or concern in the community. I attended the first day of the CARE Spring Seminar in Camrose. This is about recycling. And we toured a ag plastics recycling plant in Bashaw. And this is where some just regular Albertans purchased a recycling run and have improved its efficiency just with I guess basically homegrown ingenuity. They recycled the water back because all of these plastics have to be cleaned because most of them they're used, so they've been on silage, they've had grain in them, some of them have rocks in them, so it's quite a line that they have there, and they produce plastic pellets that are sold back into the industry that is making these products. Unfortunately, the amount of recycled plastic they can use is still relatively low, in the 5 to 20% range, but still, and they're working to improve the quality of their recycled material so that percentage of recycled can go up. They bring products from all of Western Canada and occasionally even from Ontario to run through this little plant.
Fascinating.
And I was only able to attend the first day because Amalgamation was the next day, which was a good thing to come back because Councillor Northcott was trapped on the other side of the snowpack and unable to be here. So we continue to make progress on that. That's been covered. The printer budget, the telephone town hall, it's been covered. The community capacity building, it was great to have people from the region and from different aspects of business there. I hope that this starts a conversation for regional economic development and having that vision of where we want to go. So I'm quite hopeful on that. The airport stakeholders meeting, it was a disappointing turnout, and as a result, the meeting was rather short, although the after meeting carried on until we had to leave the room. I also attended the Denim and Diamonds. It's great to see some of the community builders that we have in this area that continue to push us forward and continue to use and build the amenities that we have. Yesterday at the North Saskatchewan Recreation Board meeting, it was an organizational meeting, and no grants were given out. But for the multitudes listening here, there's a $30,000 budget this year for supporting recreation in our community for any groups that wish to apply. They should contact Agriculture and Community Services. I'm going to close with a quotation that struck me as being something very appropriate for this room. This is by Sheryl Sandberg. Leadership is about making others better as a result of your presence and making sure the impact lasts in your absence. So
I like
that's the end of my report.
I like that. Questions for Councillor Radcliffe? No. Seeing none, Councillor Cermak.
Well, I will start off by saying that I've been out in the loop for the last 3 weeks. I had surgery done, that everybody in the council knows. And while I was going on, I did receive some phone calls and some messages, and how I deleted them, I have no idea. I'm not a techie person, but if anybody had phone calls to me while I was detained, please phone me back, and I will answer what needs to be done, and I will go ahead with that. I was listening to the news this morning. I don't sleep great in the morning, so the shortage of the TC Energy project, this was on Global this morning. They said as soon as that pipeline is up and running and full, we still have a shortage of pipeline room going to the coast. Even though it's a 48-inch, they brought it up to yield, which gives it about a 50-inch room. We still have a shortage. And the other thing that I found this morning on Global News was, well, what the hell is open banking? Does anybody have any idea what open banking is? Is this an, I kind of got out of it that it's an overreach by the feds. They want to be able to know what's going on with our own finances.
I'm not sure, it's outside of the municipal wheelhouse, so, I would,
But it's really gonna concern everybody, this open banking. It just was out there this morning on the news, and they didn't enlighten it at all. They just said that, third party would have access.
I'm not sure. Again, it's not municipally based, so we'd have a hard time being able to answer what that meant.
Yeah, like, I would sure, I'm gonna delve into it to see what it's all about, because I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's not an overreach by the feds, but that's who comes down on the banking industry, is it's all government, federal ran our government, and they said it was open banking, and that was this morning on Global.
I'm sure there'll be more to come on that.
I hope so.
Questions for Councillor Cermak? No, unless you had more.
For anybody that wants to learn more about it, you can Google it pretty quick, and I've just learned a whole bunch about it in the last 30 seconds. So, but I think that would be, for me to just blurb out Google, probably is the best approach for me.
Anybody watching can also Google. So seeing no questions for Councillor Cermak. I attended much of what has already been discussed. Great team for doing such great reports. I also attended some more advocacy for the gas line with my other hat on through the province, and while in Edmonton on those meetings, I had the pleasure of attending the budget speech in person. That was an amazing experience, one that I hope to do again one day. But it's fascinating how that whole system works, and how it gets debated kind of now, even though it's on anyway. But the part that I found the best is that I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to take a look at a hard copy of the budget, but Clearwater County's on the cover, guys. So I thought that was pretty awesome. The Abraham bubbles are on the cover of the provincial budget, so there's definitely a highlight for Clearwater County. I attended the economic development with everybody else as well, and I found many things fascinating about it, and in particular, the fact that the presenter had said that a lot of communities are hiring government relation officers. We have kind of a piece of that with our legislative coordinator, I think. But their whole job is to go through and look at the different grants that are available, make connections with those particular departments, so that you're learning all of the things that provincial government and federal government, for that matter, have available to you in your municipality, and how much data drives economic development. I just found that fascinating. Also, the broadband committee we had, I believe, last week. I attended that as well. I'm looking forward to seeing broadband progress. Ag and community awards were wonderful. I thought that was great. And then a couple of the points from the drought presentation. The water sharing agreements for the Red Deer River watershed will be available hopefully in April, and I do know that we have some people that utilize the Red Deer watershed. The wildfire crews, everybody is aware, they moved up the wildfire timeline by 9 days, so they are already in preparation for that. And I believe he said that he was putting in 5 more wildland urban interface crews across the province. We are, of course, one of those points of contact for wildland urban interface crews. We have a wonderful team here in Clearwater County, and our team works on building the programming for all of the other teams. So it's great that they've seen such benefit out of that. The FRIA fire guards. They're building more fire guards. They have more grants available for the fire guards. Perhaps Nordeg can see some benefit from that. And they're actually going to start giving grazing permits on those fire guards in preparation for agriculture to need potentially some more grazing availability. So I think that Clearwater, and grazing on vacant land as well, so I think that Clearwater County is in a perfect position to, I believe we actually already have a list of land that is already municipally or provincially accessed or has access, that is within the green zone that we can maybe offer to the province to stamp as a grazing lease. So hopefully we can help with that. Any questions for me? Seeing none, I'll be looking for a motion to accept council reports for information. Excellent, thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Correspondence. Did anybody have any of the correspondence that they wanted to highlight? Seeing none, I'll be looking for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Councillor Graham? Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. It looks like we are moving into a closed session. I will need a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Radcliffe, thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Welcome back, and thank you for bearing with us through that closed session. There will be a motion coming out of closed session. Councillor Graham.
I would like to make a motion that administration brings back changes to the Nord Lot purchasing policy to the April meeting that they can.
Excellent, thank you for that. Questions, comments, concerns on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call that question. All in favor? And that is carried, thank you. We have one final motion of the day, and I'll be looking for a motion for adjournment. Anybody? I will make that. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. And all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.